Alright. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Mm-hmm. Do. Alright. Let's try this again. Oh boy. Let's try this again. Yep, we're back. We're back. I really don't know why the power decided to go out today, but whatever. It was earlier in the day as well, but I don't know why it was specifically today. Just give me one moment. Alright. I guess it is. I guess the game is unlucky. I don't know. Alright, let me make sure everything's up. Alright, there. Yeah, everything seems to be up. So I think we're good. Alright. Now to actually bring up the game. Thankfully, the game does autosave, so it's not... Oh, wait, hang on. That's not the right game. That's not the right one. That's the other Ace Attorney game. That's the other one. Like, I'll get onto that another day, but right now I want to play the freaking one in the time one that's the one that's before the first in the timeline. Yeah. All right. Now, hopefully I don't just freaking go out again, but I hope that's not the case. But yeah, I'm just gonna go off the autosave, but hopefully I'm yeah. Okay, so we're right before I pointed out the other contradiction. So we're probably gonna have to skip a little bit in.
Objection.
There. Right here. Okay. The flaw, what are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever you do means, sir. Hang on, I'm actually gonna change the volume. right about there. I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Believable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to Your Books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat, who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor woman was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness. You mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Got him! You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so dazzled to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your laning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Alright. I'm gonna save it here, that way I at least have something to, like, show progress. Give me one moment. Well, that summonation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes, 2. The nose, 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Hey, how you doing, bunny? Hold on one moment. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection? I'm alright, just had to deal with a freaking power outage messing me up in midstream. Only had to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord of Antiques? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Oh boy! Less than 2 meters, that's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing them anyway. We just turned any gentlefolk back when they came. Come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. Oh boy. This racist man. Racist man. I have little doubts, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked around Briar Road. Ugh, crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man, you can talk? You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious looking Lebanese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember. How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Oh boy. Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord. You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. No, he's taking off the cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Nandahodol, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that we're eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember, one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Wild. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. I think he's asleep. Constable Royally Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. God damn it. Oh, there he goes back to sleep. This guy must be seriously overworked. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Yeah, this guy is clearly overworked. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was talking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check the meters that are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on the list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on me. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London hobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. Let him sleep. Let him sleep. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. That is not correct. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Yeah, quite the witness. A sleepy cop. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. And there he goes again. He's sleepy. Heckin' sleepy freaking cop. Devoted London hobby who witnessed the incident whilst talking to her. Life with Constable Rolly Beat, who is a witness in the incident. What the saw. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. And we ran straight over, of course, but then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. Are you sure Rolly saw it, though? He looks like he's about to freaking collapse. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have possibly identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate chanching on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under the oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Are you sure he actually saw him, though? Or was it just his wife? Except the man that's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Yeah. Yeah. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. It's not. It's not. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But police is my life, sir. As long as I am proud of the owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I am a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to us all policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding in my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Brainwashing. That's brainwashing. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Wild. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next. Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us. Walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. It does sound exactly like the Venom has pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes. Yes. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. I was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There's nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. God. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He led the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer and we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did what when she did the deed. Yeah. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with these terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. It's tough. Seems as though they're telling the truth there. May I remind the court that the unambiguous testimony comes from a policewoman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. You sleep. I ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course. So I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. For surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh no. Oh no. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Help him. Help him. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous from it around the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. Oh, it is. And when it's thick, you can even see the hand at the end of your... You can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes. Alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? Why would you do that in the first place? Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. One moment. Can't we, darling? Hmm? Yes. He was the accused, and no mistake. A mustache, a hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tout mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sosuke's son they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's her entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on the hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they really saw. They saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So that's true. Where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always have to be so up against it? One moment. Mr. Lawyer, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we told you, so... Seems like you don't believe our testimony, is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. Oh no. Oh no. She's gonna say the wrong titles, isn't she? You dare question how reliable my testimony is? That will do, Mrs. B. No, it won't do at all. The Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even I decide to forgive him for insulting us. Don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I think he will. He's freaking sleepy. He doesn't care. I really don't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped the scene. Well, what are they? Actually, wait a minute. 4! It was 3! Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby bookshop on the day in question. After I met the police spot for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I'm a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was laying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with the tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was The Picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and What's It Yearnings? Wait. These aren't the freaking titles at all! There was, a meal for someone. Picture of Monsieur. What's It Yearnings? Canterbury Yearnings. A meal. And there was a meal for someone, and the last was definitely the Thingummy something. You see? Well, first of all, yes, there was 3. You got that. However, there was only 3 books, not 4. Yes, I think there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found on the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean that the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh, what, man? Sir! Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Dude, calm down. Put the revolver down. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? Well, I already know. I know what we got. I know what we need. I got the thing.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right. I remember all of them. Picture a monsieur, somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thing gummies something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Yes. It details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can see, from this evidence as well, there were only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. No, madam, I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Grr. So it can't be denied that though you say it was the event you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No! No! No!
Objection.
It's plainly evident. That is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by a dint of some inconceivable discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife in her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of the Runbriar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. Wait. What's that say? The Lion's Pride. It's the 4th book. As you will observe, the 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Oh boy! There, you see, look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let's study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course, a picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecour. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witnesses remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book which is in the photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why would the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here, as evidence. You will submit that in the aforementioned photograph or print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer routes in the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Nardo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. I'm objecting. Fuck you.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for the debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Tuttle, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Oh, what's this? Oh, look at this. Look, it's been badly burnt. You're right. Never been able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Only from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Look, recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a flag to me? Well... yeah, that must have been caused very recently. Mr. Naruto, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be a decisive proof that we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. Of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So you must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Miss Susatone. This is it. Pseudo-Sana has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. Defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. The book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel. I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, Counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals? The burn. It's the born. The born.
Got it.
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious. It's burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It's undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection.
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh. We're to concede to this point. If it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, to enlighten us all, what truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There is just one possibility which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage that this Sarutomas has suffered? Let me think. What does this mean? I'm thinking it's in between owner or content. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's content. What on earth do you mean? Having raged its reader to the point of burning it, we can't be quite sure that this book is a dreadful read. Yeah, that's not right. That's not right. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals startling truth about the book's owner. Beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in this victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of this jury may well burn you if your little gamma goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Joan Garrett.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrett herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrett's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if he would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrett's house? I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicit this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see the bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Yep. Yep. Oh, look at him. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title to the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same title was involved in the fire. No, this is the same exact book that was involved in that fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. Wrong. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrett was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrett even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, son. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, son. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of him, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of that incident, and there is no report of the Garrett's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrett household. But it's not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Dude. There was a fire. You need to open a window to get the freaking airflow going. Bring the smoke out. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all serious, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was the flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. It's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see for you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake, how could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spitting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry? What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. No? What's your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, Study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
God damn it. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruto, don't give up. Miss Sutoto? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to cover the truth. It's no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Let's go! I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right for this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There were some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. I might reconsider. Even if the woman throwing books can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the crime. The scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. While the witnesses are incorrect, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means I'm afraid that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? I wouldn't even consider a tangible explanation here. Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? These two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And they're always thinking it might be hard. Mr. Nodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be there where the trial ends. Ugh, no pressure then. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summonation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, Counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Rinosuke, what's your mind now? Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid, or should I say, Mrs. Garrett. We have a book that disappeared from the Garrett's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. That must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garrett on how she reacts, even to other things other people say. Hold
it!
But as we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I have nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such a delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning newspaper, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see? Modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. Ah, I see it. Overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. Despite 1 or 2 minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'll be only too happy to consider an all-exciting new theory if you come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to voice the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right. I'm glad you admitted the rational there.
Hold it!
What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite this sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, look how you refrain from childless bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. This young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Hold
it!
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, he and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss then. Just one like this kid cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know what's funny? But I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. Wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged in the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. Must be some way to jog his memory about this. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was. You put candles on a cake? Was this some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously. Seems that it's common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruto. Anyway, I mustered all my pup to blow them out. Only I must have blown out wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. At least sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneeze, I assume you mean a cold. How did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then because the whole room had filled with smoke, of course, we have to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing in my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I'll never forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. Something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. I need to demonstrate apart from Mr. Natsuki who could have attacked the young one on the street. So how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. None of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other and force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. But certainly need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If things sound out, I'll go right for a strike. That's the spirit. Hmm. Oops. I missed that. I messed it up. I messed it up. Yep. This one.
Objection.
These two juror statements clearly couldn't contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. Hmm? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Did you see juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from the fire, then it'd be mad not to open the... Oh! Got him. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garrett household. Mr. Garrett had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Excuse me.
Sure, number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garrett. Oh, dearie me. What's the meaning of this? How do you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your household that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. Step 4, Mr. Nodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have added that to Mrs. Garrett's formal statement. Hmm.
Objection. Hold it.
Whoops. Hmm. Whoops. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. Let's press her first.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrett had told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw... Did you or did you not throw at your husband a copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why do you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. Times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, is what you know. Wait. Does that mean that she threw a knife? I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing... Oh. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What are you...
Excuse me!
What? Are you okay? What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. The memory I blocked out. Ah. It was listening to what that granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrett, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. I think it is. It's about 2 weeks ago now. I just go back home after work, like, put my hand in the pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. Could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. So not at all. You mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household obstacles as well. It's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Where were you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Oh boy. Well, I think that has significance to something. She could have thrown the knife out the window and it hit the victim.
Objection!
These two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrett's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrett household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrett could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origin of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? The freaking weapon. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain, at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain an offense's theory. The object that's found its way from the Garrett house to the scene of the crime was the jackknife.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrett. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this, but I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mr. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that has been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Okay, so how I'm thinking it happened is that the book was thrown out. So the victim saw that it came down, and so she picked it up, holding it in her hand, was looking at it and like kind of inspecting it, and all of a sudden a thrown knife just comes out of a window and just lodges into her back, and she falls over screaming. And that's why the book is still in her hand. You know, you get what I'm getting at? Are you saying that it flew out the window and crossed the street to land neatly into her hand? No. No, that isn't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the first thing that flew out was the book. So, confused, the victim literally was like, hey, what's this? Why is this book burnt? Oh, something's in my back now. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Ah! Mrs. Garrett, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, ah! Oh. Oh, great. My lord, I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it in mind. Yes, you know what? I'm not quappy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it! Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. But if I may, Lord Van Zeeks, defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? Defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting. You must all familiarize yourself better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Give me one moment, I'm gonna be right back. Alright, back. Should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means the distance from the Garrett's household to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards, that's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. This is you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having prejudiced significance. Vort's book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, when only hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. That isn't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that because it was thrown towards her, she was kind of confused. She picked it up, she had it in her hand, and all of a sudden, The knife is thrown in her back. That's why she fell. Is that your finding collusion, my learned friend and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge in the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. It's suited though. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead. But what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore the alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive. Cross-examination of a juror? Yes. Yes. Well, this is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examinish. If my learned friend farcical theory has truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. You must assume that would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. God. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. In order the witnesses didn't stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett, believe me. A London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the ones on the top floor of the Garrett are top hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Broly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. Arguably he can. Because, he's overworked. He can't exactly always be reliable, you know? Sorry, but what exactly is a top hinged casement window? Sorry, my dog was barking. And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. Found it, Mr. Nonado. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mrs. Garrett's room. Alright, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as its top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay metal bar, which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents an opening? It's all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or a knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good. Your education in Windows is complete. And there was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 50 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. You see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. Straights. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you draw yourself upright again, counter wait to your cross-examination. My lord. Oh good, another desperate situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the Force written on it as a reminder of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Patrol the streets of London and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I stand here today before my long-suffering wife and tell you Bobby's good for his word. Or rubbing my tired legs admittedly, sir. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Heckin' straights! No, none of this is what I meant. I mean, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so, son. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, son. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, son. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can be related to this case. Before I get to that, sir, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I'll take you back some of my tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I only just arrived here. So that ends, sir. I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Policeman was trying to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives.
Hold it!
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as how much they open. And therefore anything thrown out the window from the inside of the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this to hop-hinge casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, son? How do you even know? How do you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Oh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Mrs. B? Sorry? You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. We were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that Street Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Huh? Oh? Yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrett household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, so... Really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you would clarify something. If the Garrett household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside the Mr. Garrett's household? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of the Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Well, that's the life of a hobby, after all. Extraordinary people are bodies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Do you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of it immediately. Now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
Let's press other things for now. According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. Oh, but Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? Star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can it guide you to the answer to the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. If I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what's with the smug everything? We can't actually see any stars. Sure, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky is London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to the nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If I'd have been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Wait. Wait. Oh, please. So suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. Sleeping. I was off duty at the time, of course, but true Bobby is never really off duty, so.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, son. And my eyes open the entire time. That's a contradiction. That's a contradiction of what your frickin' wife said. She said you were asleep. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor, son. Really? Seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seemed altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrett household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? And you shed any light on that, seeing you were at the scene of the crime the entire time. He was asleep. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well? No. No. Even that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photograph or print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? Something on this scene that's not sitting right with me. Two mysteries how the knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There's supposed to come a thread between them. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't ever remember suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Mrs. Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the least sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I don't know.
Hold it!
Can you tell me? Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. A little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene. I don't know why it didn't see as well. I didn't see any flame books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. Always ended up at the wrong place when I made erroneous to meet Roy. Oh.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat. Is there a problem? No, son. No problem, son. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, son, yes, yeah. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Rolly, you're such a tease. The reason was so long because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it just now. How do you, my darling? Ah! Huh? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about to anyone else, darling. Yeah, to prom is... Really? Oh. What was that all about? Mosby looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruto. I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back. I was so shocked, I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. I was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then he went to the police box to report to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. So when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. So you need to remind you, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there, I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of the Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? Of course, if it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. Beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that chain from the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose? Oh. Oh, yes, that's it. It's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord of Ensies, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garrett household. In front of the Garrett's house? although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No. I think for good measure this road should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. That's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Pete. Let me actually examine this. It's very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. Looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example? Okay, that has nothing to do with it then. I'm not seeing anything that stands out, really. Yeah, there's not really anything standing out about this. Not really. The whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. Wait. I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. Worthbite that had no business being at the scene of the crime. He was sure that Mrs. Garrett was hiding something from us. It's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. Hmm. Hmm.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Wait, right. I've already done this. I've already done this. I've already done this. I've already done it. Hmm. Let me think. Hmm. Hmm. How am I gonna do this one? Hmm. Let me think. Hmm. Hmm. Well, the issue with that is the bouquet moved.
Objection!
So, you're wrong. You claim, Constable Lee, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes regarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Mrs. B, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. Considering the size of this meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager? If that were the case, why did the constable not testify to the fact? Got him. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me and has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beagle, there's Mr. Garrett's book. Mr. Garrett's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed there on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should also have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Going on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh good, Mrs. Garrett's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garrett, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Well... Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Rolly Beat. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying this is responsible for tampering the scene of the crime? Our very own Constable Rolly Beat.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person who it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense. Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 50 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about the Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason one would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right, he's right. My husband and it just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make any sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, Your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to the entire affair. Sir Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. Yes. Yes. Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement on Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if everyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? Well, it makes sense. It makes total sense. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Here.
Take that!
But that's... on the opposite side of the road? Don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garrett's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in his print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. Prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet. And that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rolly Beat. Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I doubt it. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems... it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. He did it! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. You're damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation. For why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Vancease, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it will be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. Hmm.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learnt that through honorable patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in his all kind of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? It's a wedding anniversary. On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. He was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gotten through the man's mind? But sir, just on one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I want to show my dear wife how much I care. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigation and help detectives. Yep. Constable Beat. Is that, or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on the Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal should be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street, and then... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that the incident was on your beat, your evening and celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, I really would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Ah, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. Should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. Can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side to the road to the other in total? 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garrett household, of course. What made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir. That's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When you first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You sure was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a lot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Alright then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Sir? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, sir. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of the crime. Never again, sir? You mean to say... Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over. Sir! Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly committed this crime.
Objection.
Wrong. No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could have been responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated this crime. Joan Garrett.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again? My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garrett. Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection.
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garrett, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. Joan Garrett. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from your room, your husband opened a window that looks over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the top hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we know now to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. And as such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garrett. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid on it before? I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? I mean, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Number 4. Oh. Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's not a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several just like that at home. If one went missing, how do you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garrett? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chomp chomp. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh? The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm gonna have to testify? Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garrett. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. Let's do this. It's such a strange feeling. The first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes. My name is Joan Garrett, and I'm, well, I'm a juror and such like. Sounds like even she doesn't even know what she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. You understand, madam? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dearie me. Chin up, Joni. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Of course he's here. Okay, also, again, look at their designs for a moment. Joan looks like the sun, and John looks like the moon. That's kind of the whole thing with their designs going on here. They're the sun and moon. Wasn't only you in the room that day, whole thing, was it? Rather think I thought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Alright, give me one moment. I'll be right back. let's finish this up. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. Joan Garrett, Ed. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers. Sir. See my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. Quiet life? You're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question. Well, yes. Quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of incident in question. Sir, at once. Alright. The Battle of Garrett Head. Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked a candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could to find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd notice if 1 or 2 went missing, I'm afraid. If that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Although an entirely one-sided assault, it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. And to be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd would have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Well, I must say, I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origin of the jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Benzies may well be right. Whatever the chances, we only have the last conversation to uncover the truth, Mr. Nadholdo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination. Uh... Let's press here.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire? As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a Suicidal takedown, Mr. Naruto. How did she know I was thinking that? It was obvious? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife amongst the items you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge.
Jupiter!
Oh,
Excuse me!
what do you got to say, man? Do you have anything to add, sir? She threw your pipe, didn't she? That's why you're staring at it. Mr. Garrett. Hey, don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Your advice remark just brings something to mind. Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, and the fire poker I seem to recall. He's scared. Ouch. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. This is a court of law. Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear. Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened, hmm? Hold on one moment. Your pipe, sir? Not to clean out with one of those her soft projectiles she did, yes. When I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge to do that sort of damage. Oh, excuse me. Hang on. See, your piper's broken. Would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I managed to bandage the thing up for now. You're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? Wonder what we should make of this account. It's important. Vance believes Mr. Garrett just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife and pipes as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me. There you go again, trying to irritate yourself with a young lady. Whatever. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Suchito-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garrett. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. Can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? One moment. I'm in the pipe. Oh, something just swung outside the chamber of the pipe here. Yes, I saw it. I'm going to stick in there, I think. Turn it over and give it a shake. Oh, what's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. Tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. Well... yeah. The tip is gone. Whoops. Whoopsies. If the volley thing in the Victim Sack really was one of ours, you'll have... Whoa! We did just find, this, so,
Objection!
Mr. Garrett, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bally thing. You can't. You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb back in the Richmond reports, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Oh boy. Oh, he does. Dearie me, it's rather wearing being asking about every other letter and every other word. You must be very dusty. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal. Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that in some way related to the matter of stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record. I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the truth of the case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. Well, it's obviously the knife.
Take that!
It's the knife that was found on the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there's a small piece of the tip of the blade that is missing. Common issue with the inferior blade sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals use them regularly to leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garrett's pipe. Oh, that's new. That's a new animation for Zeeks. Good grief. Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it. The knife from the crime scene and the fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? Maybe one moment. Hmm. Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yeah. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrett's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. I had this thing in my hand as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles, she did, yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh boy! Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just the victim was on the pavement below, Mr. Garrett flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrett, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way into Mr. Garrett's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1! And yet there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the window. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrett's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No! Whoops!
Objection!
Whoopsies! A full body theory, I'll give you that. A complete bouquet of seemingly trivial points, possibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because, you see, it's spoiled by insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... what? Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself. What is it instantly you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... ah! That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let's consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Unless she was bending over. Right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Well, look at it like this. You bend over. Oops, sudden knife in your back. It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one consistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Wrong. What would cause her to bend over? A sudden book falling down, perhaps? So she went down to pick it up because she was curious, and then all of a sudden, knife in her back. It's what I've been freaking saying. Like, I didn't know where this case was gonna go at all. I just freaking knew. I knew that's how it happened because that's the only way it can happen. We were so close I could see the truth. So sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. No, or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency, and the theory will stand. Miss Susato. You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. Seems to have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is flatally flawed. Wrong-o.
Objection.
Wrong-o. Yeah. This doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes. The knife fell on the victim from above. There's no way it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There is a piece of evidence in the court record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness. Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece in the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence explains how the falling knife became launched in the victim's back. The book! Boom. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. A burnt book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photograph clearly shows the book in question. And the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all know now, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. No! He said where it was in the first place. Quite so, as part of his wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. It's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. Well, what made you place that book in the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir. That's because that's how I found it. You first ran over to the scene. The victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked up the book up of her own volition. And clearly, that must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what had been happening now. Oh, dearie me. We know that the book fell from the top of the floor, Garrett held it onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, exactly at that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. The book I threw? Yes, Mrs. Garrett. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book laying in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down? Yes, like so. Gosh, she looks so cute, though. And pick the book up. Yes. And exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh, heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. And in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, Yep. And the next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. And that, at the same time, walking my chance directly behind Mrs. Green, was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No. This is nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Got him. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. The very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garrett. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book. And I threw the knife as well. John, dear, It's alright. I know. I'm ever so sorry. Truly. He did the opposite. Help him! Help him! They switched the roles! Lord Van Zeeks, what news of Miss Garrett, Abu? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There's no cause for any concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what would easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will gain consciousness soon. Strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Satsuki Natsume? The historical figure? Yes! On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture, and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beat said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. Suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Or Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police. Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been working here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zeeks and our young lawyer here from the east, the chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Oh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defense culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the courts? As the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean while she's out of action, you know. But I know what her decision would be. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Nice. Very well, Mr. Sosuke Natsume, I hereby pronounce you not guilty. That's still a freaking fire hazard right there. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh, yes, Lord Sir. You are now a free man once more. It's my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Oh yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears. Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Oh, look. Wait, you mean me? Of course. Is there another locum here? I mean... Yeah. Shit. Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has been rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at least I'm free. I'm free. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation. Heedy, hearty, happiness, hurrah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Look, you did it. You saved me from the brink. Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, not that. Lovely, loyal, locum lawyer. Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings. From high up windows, I see them looking down on me laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you locum lawyer gave me my gloom the boot. Dab. Dab. You stood firm behind that barren bench before all those babbling British. You battled to the bitter end and lay bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fires among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed. Behold, the best barrister ever born! Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you. This is giving me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. An anecdote? Is that what's become of all my hard work? Oh, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I am glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruto, and I wish you the very best. Oh my god, he missed the trial. It's just finished. What? No, then my haste was in vain. Ah, it's you. Hairlock Sholmes. Oh, have we met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face in the light. Charming. It's all your fault, Hairlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you now. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to the hospital more urgently? I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human, after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Oh, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you have had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits and now by the Reaper. Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, you know, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It will be alright, Mr. Natsume. The Reaper appears trying to make trouble. I will protect you. The Susato takedown. Perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of a warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan? Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh? It's already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops, and I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here and the city it has shaped. I've come to realize that it's my calling to stay home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. It's very touchy, Mr. Natsume. Or in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world and escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Yeah, he's a poet. Because this guy's a historical figure. He's a poet, kind of like the pioneer of haiku, basically. So, oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. What about Mr. Joe and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we finally found our feet. And you're accommodating in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodging before it bankrupts us. I'm calculating we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes. Tries to suffocate while you sleep. It's an inevitable wake-up call. Well, think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would consider taking lodgings with me. Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Oh, it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take lodging in the great detective's office attic. I'm too overcome for words. So, suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. And then it is settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Locum. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I failed to realize that I belong in Japan. But Locum, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then I'll be a successful author. Yeah. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for the dinner this evening. And so, with Sosuke-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was become our new home, 221B Baker Street. Baker Street. So this is to be our new office, yes. Our office? I rather like the sound of that. Me too. Simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Really, as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives, we have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alright then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel? To have your own office in the capital. It's very exciting, actually. Can't help but wondering what adventures await us. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights casts the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So, once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Well, that's the end of episode 4. That means we're on the final case, pretty much, for this game anyway. Besides, the second game in this collection, of course, but whatever. So that's pretty much gonna be it for today. So thanks for coming out today. We'll be back tomorrow with another game. Hopefully the power doesn't actually go out again, because that'll be annoying, but you know, whatever. So yeah, thanks for coming. I'll see y'all later tomorrow for more of a Red Faction Gorilla. Yeah. See you next time too, Darth. All right. I'll see y'all later. Take care.